Looks like I'm online. According to my screen monitor, it seems to be working. Oh. Well, that's a dapper picture.
I just came on. What?
That's a very dapper picture of you. I like that one.
I'm using my phone, so the video is kind of.
Yeah, man, great picture. Lady killer. Wow.
Or psycho killer, one or the other.
I wish I had a good picture of me like that.
Yeah, there was a bonus I got from the book cover. I got
Oh, I see. Yeah, right.
He gave it to me separately. Cost some money.
See. Let me turn the ocean down a little bit. All right. Now let's see. How do you make it where it like puts you back on it puts you back in the center like when you speak.
Yeah, it must be a setting. I don't know what that setting is.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me see. I know it can do either one, but it could be like I think I can do it like this. But
only the host can set those things up, I guess.
Or you can change to this. I haven't been. I've done a few of these meetings. They're not. Scoot up a little bit. There. Okay. Well, did you see that? Oh, you were on that stream, the stream where I was talking about censorship.
Yeah.
That was I don't know. I think I learned something interesting from that. One thing I learned is that, you have to, at the very least, you have to keep control of the discussion. And so if you have to make a specific point, you have to stick to that. I watched the stream archive later, and I did notice that I kept coming back to my original point and kept making it over and over again. Because that really was all I wanted to talk about, was like how I have to self-censor myself, and how that's why I, like, for long periods of time I don't say anything when I'm looking at the camera. Because my mind wanders into, oh, I'll know so and so got booted off of YouTube for saying this, and or even talking around this, and whatever. So of course, people on this level usually don't get booted. Oh, look, we're getting our partially cloudy situation here.
All I can see are palm trees.
Yeah. Well, I know I have the background. Down. I love the background, though. I think that's a great thing that you can do this on Zoom without a green screen. I think this is awesome. But we're having a heat wave this week, and but
it's kind of like England having a socialist wave, because Arizona's very hot. That's surprising.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's sort of at this level, they usually don't boot people. What happens is they just ignore you, and they demote you, and they wait until you get like an actual following. And then they delete you. So
sounds like a Gandhi thing. It's like first they demote you,
yeah,
then they delete you,
yeah,
then they boot you,
and you win.
Then they give you then they give you a contract for live streaming. You win.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I think that's true, actually. Feuds, man, I can't believe how it's like, okay, see, I just did it. But, I don't know.
I saw you do that.
But, I was thinking about how there's some parallels between PewDiePie and other public figures. So, it sounds.
Yeah,
I mean,
like Thomas Beckett.
I mean, well, what I mean is, like, how, I mean, like, I remember Tim Pool's reaction to PewDiePie going over to DLive, and I don't really honestly know what PewDiePie's motives for that were. I think they just gave him a lot of money, and he said, okay. But
some decisions are really easy.
Yeah, I mean, but the fact is, now he got this huge chunk of change for going over. It was only a 3-month contract, I understand, but he kept over at DLive for a year, and then now YouTube gives him a huge chunk of money to go back and sign an exclusive deal with YouTube. I mean, doesn't that feel like a 4D chess move? But yet it's probably just happenstance.
Yeah, I don't think he was playing a game there. It just happened.
I think it just happened, but man, that's like my dad level of luck. I sold my house. I sold my house 3 times.
To the same guy.
It's like because he's like. Yeah, they came and they put an offer, and then they gave me $20,000. Then then they can't pay. Then they want their money back. I'm saying no, I'm not giving it back. And then another guy came along and did the same thing. It was when he had some raw land up in Sedona, and he sold it 3 times. So he sold it once. And then it didn't go through, so he kept like $20,000 in earnest money, and then he sold it again, and the same thing happened. Their financing fell through, so he kept another 25 grand, and then the third time he finally sold it. But, you know,
they probably didn't realize that you have to have at least 50% down on a raw land deal.
that's probably it, you know. And my dad wasn't, you know, my dad wanted to be cashed out, so he wasn't unwilling to self-finance it. But, you know, it's too bad, really, that he did sell that. He should have just kept it, because my gosh, that'd be worth $250,000 today. That was right around the corner from where we used to live up on Little Elf Drive. Back in the day. Remember when you came up and we went skiing?
Oh yeah.
And you enlightened me on the bullshit principle.
Yeah, I don't know if it was smart enough. It's not. That was the right thing to do. I mean, it was just incredible pessimism.
But I mean, I remember I've told people about the bullshit principle. You know, throughout over the years, I brought it up. It's actually a really neat concept. You know, you drive 2.5 hours, and then you stay overnight, and then you drive another hour, and you go up this dirt road, and then
yeah.
and then you stand in a line to rent equipment, and then you stand in another line. You go up a lift, and then you ski downhill for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So basically, the thing you should do in a case like that, just go up. Like if you go up to the lodge, whatever, just go right into the lodge and just right for the hot cocoa.
Yeah, just sit in the front of the fire.
Yeah, sit
with the girl with the sweater.
Yeah.
And have hot cocoa, and then act like you're tired.
Yeah.
There are several people who actually do that.
Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are, because you know, and skiing, I don't know, it's not that fun, really.
That's the weirdest thing, because where I'm at, I've been to Vail and in those places, and they're just, it's billions and billions of dollars, all this stuff for the sake of going down a hill fast for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and Vail's a beautiful place. It's better to just go there.
But that's why they go there. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's okay, but they go there because of the mountain. And,
yeah.
That's where I shot my TV show next door at Beaver Creek, and all this stuff is there just because of skiing. I can't. It's hard to believe. Can you imagine? They're like being these huge resorts for ping pong.
Okay, weather report says it's 98 right now.
I thought you were going to say something about Joe Zawinul.
No.
Okay.
But let's see.
Joe Zawinul says it's even hotter.
Yeah, Joe Zawinul's hotter. No, yeah. I'm not getting that.
But he was stoned.
Yeah, yeah. But it's 98 right now. And we are getting some partly cloudy conditions. I don't know, man. It looks like still have the wrong numbers up here. What is this? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when we're going to start experiencing some cooling out here, but it's going to be a while because it's actually pretty early. It's only 3. Well, it's after 3. It might cool down a little bit after, but they predicted it was going to be 92 today, and boy, were they wrong. So,
I guess you could use a meat thermometer in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean they're predicting it by 5 p.m. it's going to be 92, but I don't know. I wasn't going to go out. I was going to stay inside today, or but
I set up a tent in my backyard for a while today. It sat out there and then tore it down before it rained.
you know, it's actually like it feels really good though, because I mean we have it so cold in the house. It's like 68 in there. MS temperature.
Yeah.
So you can be pretty cold in there. You can and you know, when you come out here in the 100 degrees or whatever, it actually feels good for a good long time because you're chilled to the bone.
Like a sauna bath. Go outside for a sauna and come back in the house.
Yeah, it feels like that's what it feels like as a sauna. Oh, speaking of which, our pool and sauna and hot tub and all are open. They've been open for a couple of weeks, but some idiots had a party there in the middle of the night though and left like trash everywhere.
Wow.
Enough that the
Not HOA.
Yeah, I know. The property manager was livid. She just couldn't believe it. Deplorable behavior. She sent out an email that said deplorable behavior. You know.
So did she punish everyone else?
No, ironically, she didn't. She didn't punish everyone else, but she did ask if anyone knew who did it. But I don't know. That I think it was probably not a local. You know, my guess would be, I mean, if it was a local, it was probably some of their kids or something. But
I mean, is that stuff like gate keyed and stuff? I mean, you just can't walk in there.
Right, there's a key. You have to have a key. But you know, some like weekly renters or that type of like Airbnb people, they could potentially have the key.
Now, is her name Karen?
No, but it ought to be.
I think all property managers should be called Karen.
That should be in the bylaws that they should be referred to as Karen, because only a Karen would want that job.
Yeah, the party of the second part, here and known as Karen.
Here and
henceforward known as Karen, and shall answer the name of Karen in all aspects.
Yeah. That would be hilarious to actually put that in an HOA. It would be hilarious. I've known, like, look, we got another little cloud just now. We're in complete shade at the moment. Right now we're in complete cloudiness. Oh, it looks like there's some real dark clouds actually coming over from the north. I can't see the way they're moving, but there's some real dark clouds like all around us, like really covering the sky over in the distance over that way.
Sure, it's just not Hillary Clinton.
It's the like the cloud of crookedness or
yeah, just the Black Death.
The Black Death cloud, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, I never put the chat client up. Wonder if, oh, that's right. I turned it off because it didn't register on all services. I don't really know if anyone's watching, really, honestly.
Does it tell you if there's any numbers of people watching, not just there's no chat?
Yeah, I mean, the chat client actually will show you an aggregate of how many people are viewing the stream on all the different things that you're. So, but it only says there's a couple, which might mean 0, in an actual point of fact. But typically what happens on a stream of my level, it's sort of like oh, that reminds me, I probably should bring up the YouTube stream client and fix all the things that are wrong in it, like I have to do every single.
Oh.
It's such a I just saw a headline. Somebody emailed to me. Google Drive takes down personal copy of Plandemic.
Oh yeah, that happened a couple of days ago.
Google Drive, like someone's personal cloud storage.
Personal, so they reached into their personal because they were tipped off by a newspaper. So some newspaper, Karen said,
Yeah.
"Oh, that horrible movie's on someone's drive. Don't you people want to take it down?" They did. So yeah,
Well,
that just shows Google is completely and utterly evil.
Well, I mean, they have been, but it's just that's I think that's going too far because that actually deletes it off your hard drive when they do that, and they have no business. That sounds like a
Well, I'm sure in the 12-page contract, everyone clicks on OK.
Yeah.
There's a sentence there that says they can probably steal your car if they wanted to. So
that could be actually.
that's why,
nobody.
I don't use the scumbags for anything.
I mean, cloud storage is terrific, but have anything. I specifically Google. I would never. I have Google Drive, but I don't. Might be like pictures uploaded automatically from my phone. I never go.
I just have pictures of Susan cat shit with doing animal porn. So I'm not sure they want that.
Might not. They might want to take that down though. But
they probably have copies already.
Yeah, if it exists, they definitely do. So
yeah. Well, the CIA does because they're the ones who own them. So
yeah. All right, so there's that. Those settings are correct, but you have to always go in there and save them. And there's, what I discovered? There's like 5 places where there's stream settings. There's literally 5 different places. Ridiculous.
Well, there may be more places.
In YouTube, everything else, every other streaming service, has like everything in the same place, but only YouTube is like you have to go all over the place. And I can't figure out how to set. Maybe I'm a lamer, maybe maybe it's a boomer thing, but I can't figure out how to make these settings stay the way they are. Like I've tried like creating a stream template or whatever, or whatever, but then whenever I start one on Restream, it always starts a new one, and then it uses some default settings. I don't know where they are or how you but there's the live control room interface, and then if you go to there's 2 places where there's settings there, and then if you want to, then you have to go to then you have to go to then you have to go to YouTube Studio, and then there you can go on the stream and you can like put tags in and change other settings. It's ridiculous. I can't believe this is what they went to from what they had before. It makes no sense at all. So now, I go and I get my list of streams, so it shows this one that it's live right now, so then I can click details, and then I can go to, then I can scroll down here and see the standard settings that are like some of the ones I just changed, but now if I want to add tags, I can, so I'll add a few tags, even though I don't know anything about adding tags. Um, so okay, so here's some. So I put a few tags in. I don't know. That's really not. Then I got to remember to save that. Okay, so that's like the. This is like the fourth place where there's settings, and then I click more options. So this is the fifth place where there's more settings, and I can go in here and change a few things. But I don't think I need to change anything. Or I could like I could put a locale in or. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of work for just starting a stream. You used to just be able to set that all up in advance, and then whenever you turned your stream on, it would just have all that stuff in it. And now I don't know how you do that. Doesn't seem to be a way.
Well, maybe if you ever get on someone else's stream who does a lot of that stuff, they can tell you.
Yeah, that's. I mean, obviously, I got to maybe if I talk to someone that streams all the time and that
yeah, it's got some kind of channel. They go, oh, yeah, just do this, blah blah. You know, and maybe it's I don't know if it's the restream issue, but
it might be. I mean, the way that Restream creates a new stream, it could be that my settings there, I need to change one of my settings there, but it's not I don't know. I know I recently changed a bunch of default settings, but I changed them all toward music-related stuff because that's what I've been doing, but yet I haven't been doing it so much lately, so I always have to change it back when I do a stream like this. So. Yeah. I remember how this kind of heat never bothered me. Like, I grew up in Phoenix. I used to ride my 10 speed over to Todd's, and if he wasn't there, I'd ride over to Squaw Peak Park and then ride back. See if he had gotten back yet. That's what I used to do back in the day. So did you do any let's talk about this book of yours. Since you've got your book picture up here. The book is called Stop Being Poor. Yeah. So we can talk about this to my 3 viewers right now. I don't know how to conduct an interview, so you're going to have to help me with that. But I'm always, they make it look easy, but I don't really know where to go. Have you ever done any lecturing, or have you done any promotion for it? Like, have you done any signings or traveling related to the book or anything like that?
I did a convention once, and then I've had a couple of live stream interviews, internet radio interviews.
Can you tell me more about the book? The kind of the focus of it.
I'm usually really good at that. So, but essentially, people are not schooled, or let's say they're schooled all their lives to give their money to other people, even while they think they're still keeping it. It's like, well, keep your money in a bank, or keep your money in a retirement account, or keep your money in Wall Street. And basically, it's just you're supposed to give your money away to other people. And if you ever want to have it back, then you have to ask permission, which you don't always get, and people end up a lot poorer than they used to be, back in the day, prior to 1970.
Yeah.
Everybody in the country knew how to save money and where to put it, and they weren't putting it in the stock market, and they weren't screwing around with it. And ever since the 70s and the 80s, people have been convinced to put all of their savings into Wall Street, and then the rest of their money in banks, and then they're taught to use credit cards when they want to use money, which means they get to pay for it twice.
Yeah.
Just for the use of their money. So America traditionally, throughout the 19th century and half the 20th century, people used to be able to afford to buy a house.
Yeah.
And then they'd have a life insurance policy to store their money in.
Yeah.
And if you ever watched the movie It's a Wonderful Life, with
Yeah.
Stewart, he says it, and everyone back then knew it. What he was talking about, no one knows that anymore. So
yeah, actually,
kind of
younger people that see that movie, actually, they think that all that stuff that he's saying is just plot filler, but it's not.
No, it's actually all very, very important. That even a guy who ran a local bank, where he had a significant amount of savings was in his life insurance policy. That he could actually access to it. You don't have to die to have access to the money. As a matter of fact, legally, that you have to be able to be given access to it whenever you want. And so it's unlike any other savings thing out there. And it's different from stocks, it's different from real estate, it's different from gold. And
now, under some circumstances, can that stuff be invested in that way, from within the confines of a policy, or how does that work?
Well, I mean, that's it comes up all the time right now, because inside of you can think about it as kind of like it has a guaranteed kind of growth rate inside of it. But if you could ever do better, then you can borrow money from yourself, and then you owe a certain percentage rate. As long as your investment makes back more than that, which is how all of real estate is done and how most business is done,
sure, then
you just use it as your cash resource. So if you think that gold is going to double in the next, and I wouldn't advise you to say that, but you think it's going to double in 6 months, and you can borrow that out, buy gold, and then sell it off in 6 months. They'll be able to pay yourself back and then make a profit. So it's one of those things where it's not a traditional, it's not even an investment class asset, right? Because investments have risks, and this doesn't have risks in it. It just has a lower growth rate, but it has a lot more security. So you can't compare it to things in which you have to use your skill and luck and
right. But it also has
make money with.
Okay, so can you speak to the tax benefits? Because there's tax benefits to it.
Well, yeah, because essentially, if anything else that so aside from what people save at work, those are tax deferred programs. They're called 401ks or individual retirement accounts, or the educational version, 423.
Roths.
Well, Roth's a little different thing, and I go through that in the book. I explain the difference, because, but essentially, if you're just going to save money, if you're gonna have money in Wall Street in a regular non-tax deferred account or in a bank account that pays crap interest, anytime that you get paid interest on that, you pay taxes in the year that you earn the interest. And if you sell your stock off in that year, then you're paying interest on that appreciation if you're getting dividends, right? So you don't sell it, just keep it, but you can pay dividends, which is a better stock position to be in, that you're actually getting some income, then you pay taxes on that immediately. In this policies called, whole life insurance policies. They essentially, if you just keep the policy active your entire life, all the growth in it is permanently tax deferred. There are cases where you can screw that up, but you really have to screw it up hard to do that. And so, we don't say it's tax free, but it is permanently tax deferred if you maintain the policy. Pretty much everyone does, so it's not an issue.
So I was kind of like when I first introduced the Roth, I was kind of excited about that because that seemed like a better approach, IRA type thing. What are your thoughts on that, or does that figure into any of your plans or strategy?
Again, it's turning. So Roths in general are invested in the same things that the other things are invested in, which is usually Wall Street.
Wall Street, yeah, exactly.
Which means, you would say mutual fund. All mutual funds are Wall Street, so it's
right.
One and the same.
Right.
So, again, you can lose some or all of your money.
Sure, absolutely,
right? Go back to 2008.
It's a risk,
and that's what happens. Yeah, and so you can lose, half, 40% or whatever that was. I mean, we lost trillions total of retirement income back then. And so you basically put in after-tax money, which means that the good thing is if you did make money on it, that growth is not taxable.
Right. And when you take it out, it's not taxed.
Yeah. Again, when you start withdrawing it, it's not taxable. You don't pay tax in the year that it accrues.
Right.
But you have to leave it in the system for 5 years, or else you pay 10% penalties.
Right. So it has to stay in.
The story is you're still giving up control, both to not having access to it when you want it because of the penalties, and Wall Street can go up and down while they're making money. You can still lose everything. Right.
Okay. Right. Point taken. I understand then. So, so this really is kind of an life insurance approach, like whole life, or is it a term life with other types of investments, or is it a whole life type?
No, it's specifically a whole life policy, which is issued by a mutual insurance company.
Okay.
So that's not all of them.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that essentially it's like a co-op, grocery store or REI, the sports thing. Is that you basically are a co-owner of the insurance company, which means that if the company does better than it expects, then it returns its portion of its improved performance back to you, and they use the word dividend. It's not the same thing as a stock dividend.
Right. But it is, it's like that though. It's basically they're taking some of their profit and saying, okay, I'm dividing it.
Yeah. They give it back to the owners in proportion to how much insurance you own, and it's permanent because it's better to own a house than to rent a house, right? So term insurance is rented. Term insurance is rented insurance, which means you stop paying, it goes away. It's like car insurance. Right. And there's no equity that builds up. Again, like for the house, equity builds up. Term insurance equity does not build up.
Right.
Whole life equity builds up, and it can't. And that equity can never go down.
Right.
All it can do is go up.
So the equity is built up from paying premiums, but yet, and then there's also dividends involved, and they don't call them that, but.
Well, they do. They do call them dividends.
Do they?
It's
okay.
The same word. It's called dividends. It's just not the same. It's not the same thing going on, but it's similar. There's similar things involved. So yeah. So basically, the idea is that also helps you. There is a compounding effect, but again, it's not to be considered like, rate of return or anything like some kind of investment where you can lose stuff. Since you can't lose, then it's a lot more conservative as far as the what you could make on it. But the point is, it's safe, it's growing, you can get to it if you can get something better. Like if you think you can feed on it, everyone's originally started reading, is a little bit dated in terminology, and it didn't, so everything was great. It was the most perfect thing. So I immediately started doing it, but I realized that that I could probably help people understand it better by writing a book that had the same questions I had in it, the same thought process I followed to kind of understand it. And there are several books on the subject that are pretty good, and mine just directs it from being the fastest to read, I think, and it answers the most questions in the shortest amount of time. Doesn't mean there aren't more questions. It just means I felt there was a need for it.
My wife read your book and she really thought it was good. She enjoyed it a lot. She thought it was very well written and very concise. She reads a lot faster. She reads a lot faster than I.
Well, that was my goal, was to to not kind of like bore everybody with a bunch of stuff that they didn't need to know. As a matter of fact, there are parts in the book where if you already understand something like compound interest,
yeah,
you don't have to read about it.
Right.
Then just don't bother, right? I just tell you, just don't look at this area, just keep going.
Now, have you have you looked into, or can you speak to, is this something, I don't know if this is something you know anything about, but now, like people that are on, say, fixed income, Social Security, where there's means testing and they can only earn so much and only have this much of, or if they have SSI, partial SSI, and they can only earn so much from a job or whatever before they get penalized. Are they? Does having a life insurance like this affect that? Is that considered to be an investment, or is it considered to be life insurance?
No, it's not considered income, right? So what happens is, if you look at it, as a tool in retirement, people, if they've done certain things in life, they're hopefully they're getting Social Security. They might be getting a fixed pension maybe from a company, or they might be taking distributions from a 401k or a retirement account, right?
Yeah.
And so the idea is that the worst thing in the world to have happen, and it happened to people in 2008 and years after that, is that when stocks crashed, they still have to sell stocks to maintain their lifestyle.
Right.
So you don't want to sell assets when they're discounted.
When they're discounted, obviously you want to sell them
when they're discounted.
Yeah.
So that's so I won't get into the nerdy talk that's what it's called, but so the point is, it was proven by this professor at the American School of Financial Planning that if you have if you've been putting money into a life insurance policy over and over for several years, that's a reservoir of cash you can draw upon. If in those cases, if most of your retirement income is coming from selling off mutual funds, like in IRAs and stuff, that if those are down, then you divert and you start pulling money out of the life insurance policy instead.
Right.
And you don't sell off your other assets when they're discounted, which means your money lasts longer and you don't go broke, when you're at advanced age and you have no ability to make more money.
Right.
And so and when you draw that money out, either as a loan, it's not taxable, or you can actually withdraw a portion of the amount that you put in originally. And until you get to the point where you're withdrawing more than you put out, it's not taxable either.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So, all around then, it's probably good for people if they're planning to, if they're kind of heading to fixed income bill where they don't have a lot of other types of investments, and they're basically only looking at maybe getting Social Security. It's actually probably a good type of investment to have.
Well, it's probably what we call just to be a little technical, we call it an asset class, right?
It's not an investment, but it is an asset class. So it does.
So basically, yeah. So I like to think of people being entrepreneurial or have an entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah.
That says that you're going to get Social Security because if you worked a job long enough as a W-2 employee or whatever, or even as self-employed, you're paying into it, so you should get the money out of it, right?
Right, and you're going
But
to get and that just requires a 10 years of conventional work to get something.
yeah, there's a certain threshold. But if you're taking the rest of your money that would normally go into a 401k, and putting that into life insurance is kind of your first level storage of money
Right.
that's growing. And then you take, at different parts of your life, you get these opportunities like to buy property for cheap, or, if you do something smart, then you're building up a savings system without having to use Wall Street, because Wall Street's going to reset itself every 15 years.
Right.
And you're going to get whacked. And so this way, it's always growing, unless you make a bad investment, right, which can happen. But that's up to you. And you can control the level of risk, but you can't control the level of risk in Wall Street. It's just going to happen to you, and you're going to take it.
Right.
Right. So for a retirement plan, you have, and so you're acting on the savings you have while you're in your money making years, while you're not on fixed incomes or in retirement or not working. You keep building that up by yourself. You take responsibility for yourself, and it feels a lot better than just waiting for the axe to drop on the next stock market crash.
Let's see. Oh, it's still 98 here. 98 degrees. Thought it had gone down a degree, but it hadn't.
Arizona does not give up its degrees very much.
No, it doesn't. It soaks it up like a sponge. We have all this rock, but up here, it will cool down a lot. As the sun starts going down, we're already getting, my backyard is already mostly in shadow, and I've been looking for a good stream video from Leggy. Leggy is lurking.
Oh.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah. I do.
Okay, so anyway, oh, we just got another cloud, a little cloud cover. It's beautiful, really. If you look at the clouds, they're hot. But anyway, I've been looking for oh, my mic keeps cutting out. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, probably you know what, I think that is I'm probably not quite close enough to it. But let me see. I probably need to turn my my noise gate down a tick. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. Sometimes, like, it won't pick up initial sibilants on a word or something, or if I pronounce the letter F. Let's see. Yeah, noise gate. So I want to turn this down, like, let me turn this down a dB and see if that helps. That might help. Let me know if it's still cutting out. But I use a noise gate out here especially because unlike in the office where the sound from the computer is the problem, over out here the sound from the air conditioner going on periodically is the problem. So I turned it down 1 dB, so it should be a little more sensitive now. So let's see, where were we? I'm sorry, I just went off the. Oh, I was talking about how I want to get like some kind of some kind of solution where I get like a better frame rate as using my phone as a webcam, because I know some people do that as a thing, because it's you have all these old phones, so you could maybe if you can do it the right way, you could put them to work as webcams, but the apps and solutions I found so far are not the best. I'm hoping there's like a better, something better, like a client server thing that really actually appears on the computer as a webcam. Because most of them, what you have to do is you have to use like a web source, or you just have to basically get the picture off a web page, and that's very clunky, and you don't get a good frame rate that way. I mean, if I want to show someone the clouds or what the trees look like or whatever, so they can dox me on 4chan, but, then I can do that with my phone using that, because frame rate doesn't really matter. But but I don't know. It's I don't know. So this is a thing that sounds like it sounds like a lot of people in a lot of income brackets, both large and small, should be learning about this. Sounds like to me.
Well, it was something that people stopped learning, and I won't say why, but when the people who seem to end up with the money don't want you to know about something,
yeah,
you probably ought to know about it.
I mean, that's Linux Rob, our mutual friend. I mean, he says there's wealth creators and wealth manipulators. The wealth manipulators tend to be of a certain left leaning, and wealth creators tend to be not that way. So.
Well, I mean, but it's also I mean the average person, no matter what their political leaning is.
Yeah. It's a good point.
It is being cheated by the financial institutions of the country.
Right.
It doesn't really matter. Everyone is equally getting robbed. They just have they just seem to enjoy it more, but they end up in the same fiscal problem everyone else has.
Right. Exactly.
Unless they're the president of the Federal Reserve, they're getting screwed.
I mean, they're basically all in the same boat, and certainly, well, I remember back in the day, I think Rush Limbaugh he used to talk about how most people are conservative in the way they live their life. They save their money, and they buy a house, and they fix their house up, and they pay their mortgage, and
well, I mean that's a definition of problem, right?
Well, true, but
yeah, most people are sharing a similar financial existence,
right? A similar life experience, right?
Yes, no matter what their political thing is. I mean, they're going to work, they're paying taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
They're paying on credit cards, they're buying things, and they're trying to save something, for themselves or for their kids or whatever. And the problems remain.
Yeah.
At the end of the universe, unless you're some big Hollywood, goofball who doesn't care about money.
Yeah.
Then everyone else does, no matter what level they fall.
If you're a I mean, there are those people out there. They have so much money that they don't really appreciate the situation that the average American is in. A lot of times, I touched upon this a little bit, or actually other people touched upon this. I made that video about how about self-motivation and content creation and performance, and doing your art as a job or in public or whatever. But other people talked about aspects of it that I didn't really talk about. People brought up some things like later on when I presented the ideas to them, but I think one of the reasons why people in Hollywood feel guilty about their accomplishments, because they're not really running their own career. They're just they're the song and dance man, but they're not actually the one that decides the scope and nature of their performances. You know, that's a lot of that's given over. Like I saw this old interview from Alice Cooper, um, and he was talking about how they had a production expert, and so when they made Schools Out for Summer, which was like a Schools Out, that remember that song?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Um, he talked about like the part of the creative process that was them and the band, and then part of the creative process that was the production guy, the record label guy.
Well, it's the producer.
The
Well, it's
producer.
the producer. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the producer evidently was this incredible PR genius. So he was able to see the gem of what was in a song and say, do more of this, like make it simpler. Because he pointed out that even the opening riff of that song, was like da 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 na 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 na. It was like kids going na 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 na. That's what he took out of it. Said it was like kids, it sounded like that. It was perfect. So he said, just take that theme and then run with it. And so he suggested they simplify it, which they did, because it was a much more complicated piece evidently originally. And they just pared it down, and they took some chords out, they simplified it. They distilled it down to what we finally heard, and it was a huge success. It was a huge hit. And sometimes people have, but my point is, a lot of times in creative venues, you're you have this staff, or you have this, you have agents and producers and people like that, and they have this knowledge of how you can be, how your abilities can be most effective. And a lot of times the artists themselves don't really know. There are exceptions to that, like I think maybe Kanye West is a good example. He seems to be like he's a billionaire at this point, and he seems to be so dialed into pop culture that anything he does, he'll make like a new shoe, and it'll just be this $1 billion thing. And you just have to have this real, but and he's real independent compared to a lot of people. But a lot of the Hollywood actors, they're kind of doing what they're told by experts a lot of the time.
The upper strata of which is a small percentage, like musicians, the same thing.
Yeah.
There's a very small number who actually have that kind of money and power
right.
That can do things that that let them have that kind of management structure, or not have that management structure or control.
Whatever they want, yeah. But it's interesting because I think those are the ones.
Well, hunting for jobs,
Yeah. You see the ones that feel guilty, or like they talk about how they're lucky,
Yeah, but those are the ones who are already famous, and so they're already in that subgroup.
And I feel like,
so
yeah, exactly.
Selected.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, but I guess that my point is just they feel lucky because it's not it's not all them. It's not just their will alone. But I think they're discounting all the work that they do, because obviously, to be a famous actor, it doesn't matter if you're egotistical or childish in other ways or whatever. The fact is, those people at the top are the people that are doing a quality of work that can get you to the top of something. So, I don't begrudge them that, and I don't think they should feel guilty about their accomplishments. Quite often they do. quite often they feel like they feel lucky, and they're not lucky. You know, people that work that hard are not lucky. You know, I mean, you have to be talented and you have to work hard. I mean, maybe there's some luck, but you have to be around for the luck. You have to be putting in the hours to make the luck.
How do you explain the Kardashians then?
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a backside like that? I mean, damn.
That didn't take any work, but you know.
But I mean, you know, but still, I mean, that's also a factor. Is that, you know, Kim especially has a beautiful figure, and I don't know, you know, they hit the reality show in the right way, with the right experts, with the right direction, the right production. And I mean, you know what I used to do with that show is I used to turn, because I couldn't stand to listen to them. I used to turn the sound off and just watch it with no sound. It was much more pleasant to watch it with no sound.
Well, those folks aren't my clients anyway, so
yeah, I mean,
not really of interest to me. I could really care less about Hollywood. Yeah. Wall Street and Hollywood I have no use for.
Yeah, so you know, I don't know. I'm sorry about the tangent, but that's what you get with me. You know, you get a lot of tangents, and
it's very geometrical.
And a lot of self-censoring. Although the other day,
there's that hyperbolic cosine as well.
Yeah. So I don't know. Oh man, I hate that smell. Luckily, nobody has smell-o-vision yet.
Oh.
There's a certain type of
I think Leonard Skinner tried though.
Did they? They tried smell-o-vision? Actually, there is.
They did.
What?
They tried.
There is like from the turn of the 19th century, or the turn of the 20th century. I mean, you know, when the 1899, 1901.
There was smell-o-vision back then.
There was some kind of smell-o-vision thing somebody was trying to develop, because, you know, everyone was very enthusiastic during the turn of the 20th or the 20th century. They were very enthusiastic about
They did it in the movie theaters. Right. That's when they did it in the movie theaters.
Oh right, I remember reading about that. Actually, I'd forgotten, but yeah, so they had that.
And it was gone until John Waters brought it back with the Scratch and Sniff movie.
Did he really? Did he do a scratch and sniff?
He did, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was a big famous one, I think.
I'm not sure I'd want to experience that. But anyway, there's this bush. It's like a, you know, kind of an evergreen, maybe a relative of a juniper or something. And when it gets hot, it really smells like cat pee. And it used to give, I know someone who it used to give like PSTD symptoms to, because she used to have to live with someone that had a lot of cats. So and I'd have to remind her periodically, no, it's the cat bush. It's the cat bush. No cats. Don't worry. You don't have to take care of those cats anymore. Oh. But every once in a while, even my crappy sense of smell, I'll get a whiff of those bushes. I think I might have, like, I think that one over there, there's one that, like, I have a little short bush down there. I think that might be.
You could hang one of those tree-shaped air fresheners around it.
Yeah, that's what it could use. But it's, you know, some kind of a juniper-ish looking thing, but it's not like twisting junipers. I have twisting junipers here, like in the back. I've got like I don't know, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them, and I want them to grow too. They used to provide really nice shade here in the morning, and the association asked me to cut them. But the next time they ask me to cut them, I'm just going to ignore it. I missed the shade. The shade was nice. They're starting to grow. They're starting to get tall again, so I'm going to let them go this time. But
next time it's going to be no way, Karen.
Yeah, no way, Karen. Okay, Karen, forget it.
Hit the road, Karen.
You know, and they said, well, it affects the view, like, from other people. But then I looked at it, and I said, there's no way anyone can see anything from back here. There's no view that is spoiled from this angle anywhere, like the next door neighbor on either side of me. There's no view that's spoiled. There's nothing you can't see mountains from. You'd have to in order to see the mountains from here, you have to go all the way to your fence and lean over to even be able to see them from this angle, from where we are. So it's really not. Yeah, the low shrubbery in the middle. That's what it is. It's the one. That's the cat bush. Every once in a while, I catch a whiff from that one. I saw an interview, like an Alice Cooper interview from 1974, and it was done in Finland, of all places. And it was really great. It was shot on film. It was done by a single camera, but a handheld camera. Someone was just roving around, and it had great sound. It looked wonderful. The cameraman was like really good. Sometimes it really close up, sometimes not. Sometimes they'd focus on his hands or what. I mean, it was really it looked like it was made yesterday. It was so good. It was such a high quality. And you know, it's just like on YouTube. And you know, like the more I learn about Alice Cooper, the more interesting he seems to me. And then I kind of went off on this rabbit hole where oh, you know what? Did you know that like Jean-Luc Ponty and a lot of these early fusion guys were in the Mothers of Invention, the Frank Zappa band?
Absolutely. That's where Ponty got started.
I did not know that. I never followed Frank Zappa. But I said, when I heard some early or some you know mid to late '60s Frank Zappa stuff, and I went, how did I not know that basically Frank Zappa invented jazz rock fusion? Because basically it sounds like Return to Forever, you know, like basically all those bands basically just sound like his jazz rock stuff.
Yeah, without all the fits and starts, you know.
Yeah.
Without all the, you know, the idiosyncrasies.
I heard some amazing. A couple of amazing tracks. Just amazing. They sounded like they could have been on a. They sounded like they could have been on a Chick Corea album or something. I mean, he was known for being a tyrannical director, as far as everyone had to read music really well, and everyone had to be, you know, a certain level of.
Well, he went to the effort of writing it out. So yeah, they ought to read it.
Yeah, so yeah. I mean, he definitely was really like a real maestro. And I thought he died early of a heart attack, but it wasn't a heart.
He had cancer.
He had cancer. No, he had cancer, and he was like 52. I thought he died maybe early in his 40s, but no, he died in like 92. And, you know, that's a tragic loss. The guy made 64 albums while he was alive, and and then made all these other recordings, and now they've released another 44 albums already since then.
Yeah, a lot of those records were live.
Yeah. Well, he used
But
to do. He actually had like a thing he did where he used to assemble pieces of music from different recordings at different times, and he had a name for it. It escapes me now what he called it, but they talked about it in this one interview. So he used to cobble together performances like partially live and partially studio, and put them together somehow.
as long as he's pitch matching, it's fine.
And
his stuff is very amenable to that because it's things break up so much that you can splice in a different version anytime you want every 15 seconds.
I'm very interested in it. Like I did not realize really the kind of stuff he did. I mean, I know he appeared on I think like Saturday Night Live once, and he actually did like a orchestral piece, and he conducted.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, this guy is definitely no musical slouch. This is the man that totally knows what he's doing. I was just so impressed with that, and then he'll do all this weird stuff. He does weird musical comedy. I saw an interview. There's an interview on YouTube where he's on David Letterman with his daughter Moon Unit, and she's hilarious too. She has like a similar sense of humor to him. So but like sometimes he'd get interviewed and like people would ask him weird questions like the dumb questions like where do you get your ideas, like that funny Norm Macdonald where do I get my people would ask him like how, like this is how did you manage to get the London Symphony Orchestra to perform your orchestral works? He's like, I paid them. And he goes, yeah, but they're like the pinnacle of orchestras. And how did you? And he said, well, you had to pay them a lot of money. I had to pay them a lot. Yeah, I mean, what other answer did you expect? I performed the ritual of the dark abyss, and it compelled the London Symphony Orchestra to do my bidding.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could expect a different answer, but basically, the LSO is like it's a commercial orchestra. So all you have to do is pay them. If you have enough money to pay them to do something, they'll do it.
But there's no orchestra in the world that has too much money.
But I mean, they're actually. He talked about how if he wished he'd had a larger budget, so he could have afforded them more rehearsal time, because he wasn't entirely happy with the result on his orchestral project. But he said we got about 75% of what we wanted out of them, and then the rest we had to do as well as we could in editing. So. And he did put a disclaimer on the album about it, because he says his listeners always expect him to do his best, and he didn't feel like it was quite up to it, but yet, they got a pretty good result, so he put out the album anyway, but he just did put out a disclaimer.
It's starting to rain here now.
Oh, is it really? I'm so jealous.
Afternoon thunderstorms.
Our like it's nice and cloudy still. It's a little bit sunny coming out here and there, but it still looks like it's still 98. It's gonna be 98 until who knows how long. Oh no, wait, no, it went down to 96. Went down to 96, and they're predicting by 6 p.m. it'll be 92. But I don't know. I really wasn't planning to go out. When I heard it was going to be that hot today, I wasn't really planning on going out. And then I said, what the heck? I'll just go out anyway. I'll go outside. What are my settings on this thing here? I want to do my... Okay, I can, like, so if I want to switch my virtual background, I think yeah, on the meeting thing, I guess I have the... Yeah, I can go back to my default, you know, or my actual background. I forgot to put my shade down. But I usually put my straw shade down because I don't get like light reflected off the Arcadia door. But I should find a few more videos to put in here, or stills. I've got this bridge one, and this grass one, and this star field one, and Aurora Borealis. Oh, that's one I added. That's like my Christmas picture, my Christmas living room at Christmas. And there's the beach. I'm wearing my Rusty Cage merch. It says family friendly. The family friendly Noose Game song. So he did something called the Knife Game song, and then he did something called the Noose Game song, and then he made the family friendly Noose Game song. That kind of, a lot of him and his friends, they've been terribly set upon by the YouTube censorship or apparatus. He's hardly made any money from his most popular videos. You know, unless you count, you know, Patreon or Subscribestar or whatever. But I don't know. Okay. So what would you like to add? I've been doing the tangent thing here. What would you like to add about
No, we're too far. We're too off.
We're too far to go off into finances again?
Anybody who was listening with the finance part has already left.
Well, that's a good point, I guess, but still.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed doing an interview like that, though. I mean, I didn't really have much of a plan, so I'm sure it wasn't very good, but I thought your answers were really good.
I mean, everybody has different kinds of questions, but I've answered them in different ways over different times, and it's always good to try to practice, you know, the fastest, best answer that works. It's really nothing. It's not really that complicated. It's just that the powers that be would like it to be complicated. People get kind of tired of it and walk away, and they don't make a change in their lives.
Yeah. Do I have Telegram? Or I do. Running.
Is that
I do.
Chat client for you?
Yeah, it's a chat client. You know, it's a cloud-based. I guess I had it.
No,
but
that I just.
Yeah, the screen behind me isn't down. Yeah, that's right. No, I noticed that it wasn't. So so how does this work? Yeah, I did install Telegram on here, so yeah, I did. I guess I didn't see the notifications. How do you oh, night mode. There we go. Night mode. I love night mode. Yeah, isn't that a great picture? That's just a great picture. He said that was from his book.
Well, it's the same photo session.
Yeah, for the same photo session. That's a great picture. So did you go to a studio and have that done?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's real deal,
The real deal.
real deal studio. Yeah, the guy had he had cameras on cranes and
Oh, neat.
big huge backdrops, and yeah, it was definitely the top notch.
I was like looking into maybe getting another webcam or two, and then I did a comparison between I've been trying to figure out like what if I did get a DSLR, like what would it be? Like what should I get? And um a lot of people are like they sing the praises of the Sony A600 because it's an older camera, so you can get it, you can get it cheap because it's not 4K, but it looks beautiful compared to a webcam. And one point that someone made was that it's a mirror. It doesn't have a mirrors. It's a mirrorless camera. So mirrorless cameras are better, evidently. And um, I
Not
saw
much of a reflex one, huh?
yeah. So I saw a comparison between like an A600 and a Logitech Brio, which is like their $200, like the Brio's a $200 webcam. Yeah, that's the deal. Who makes the lens? I don't know who makes the lens, but whoever makes the lens, I think the lens is very important. And um, but the Brio has a little tiny lens, but yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, sometimes smartphones have these tiny cameras, but they have much better. Uh, they look much better than say a webcam would look.
I
And
mean, Apple has Zeiss lenses on it.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you can shoot a movie on an iPhone. You can shoot a movie on iPhones. If you have filmmaking skill and you know how to block and create shots and frame and stuff, you know how to light, then you can use iPhones to shoot a movie, which actually somebody did recently. Um, although Red Letter made like said it they thought it sucked, which I guess think it did. And actually, a lot. It was kind of funny because they talked about the director talked about having filmmaking knowledge, but then like a lot of the shots were really crummy, so they were not poor. They were poorly set up. So it's not. It's kind of the same thing with photographers. What they say: cameras don't take pictures, photographers take pictures. And it's the same thing with making a film. You have to have filmmaking knowledge to make a film. Um, not what camera you have. You could take a crappy camera and get a lot out of it if you know what you're doing. But basically, this video this guy made, he talked about, say getting a used Sony and getting like an Elgato link, like so you can use the HDMI out and then go into USB. Um, and you can use the camera just like it would be a webcam. And uh, he compared that to the Logitech Brio. And the only other piece of equipment he had was a ring light, which I have the same. Hey, hello on D Live. I have the same ring light that this guy had, or one very similar. Um, and I mean, I finally got like an actual light, which wasn't my idea. Melanie got it for me. Um, so, um, and I, I, uh, I should probably have another one. Technically, I think you should have two, but um, they're not expensive. But he had one ring light. You could change the color temperature on it, and um, we're in the U.S. in the Southwest. north central Arizona, the USA. And yeah, I mean the beach is just a virtual background. Oh. But you know, he got a pretty good result out of the Logitech Brio, but it seemed like just for maybe another $100, you could just get such a much nicer result with a real camera. He's an old friend of mine, a financial expert. Or he wrote a book about finance, and we were talking about that. And then we went off on tangents. That's always my fault because I'm the tangent master. Book is called Stop Being Poor, and it is available on Amazon. I think everyone should read it and everyone should buy it. I think it has a Kindle version. Does it have a Kindle version? I think it does, right?
Yeah, Kindle, audio books, and paper.
So you can get a paper copy, or you could get a Kindle or audiobook. Oh, cool. So did you read it yourself?
Of course I did.
I don't know. Maybe I didn't know. Maybe I thought maybe you got a voice actor. Hello, this is Don Pardo reading Stop Being Poor.
No, I've got a recording studio. I better do my own.
Yeah.
So, that doesn't make any sense. Like nobody would get my inflection the same way anyway, because some of the sentences are a little odd. One of the books that that started all that was done by somebody else. They had someone else come in and do it, and they butchered it.
Yeah.
So there was no way I was gonna let it happen to mine.
So you decided you'd record your own. It sounds great. Sounds like a good idea. I should listen to the audiobook version. I will see you later, man.
Yeah,
Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't want to read. They want to listen to, which is fine. Whatever works. Like, I don't. Oh, you have to read paper.
I remember I was reading when I went down to Sebastopol, California from Oregon to one of those times I picked up Robert and brought him up to Oregon. Happened a couple times actually. And on my way down I was listening to I was reading a lot of Terry Pratchett Discworld stuff at the time. So on my way down I listened to The Fifth Elephant. But I don't think I got as much out of it being in the middle of the night on the freeway. I don't think I got as much out of it as I would have just driving around in a mundane city, driving, I've listened to stuff driving around in a normal setting, and I think and I got more out of an audiobook that way. There are times when so when I did that though, I don't feel like I got as much out of the audiobook as I would have by reading it. But that was because my eyes were really glued to the road, and it was really dark, and the weather conditions weren't that perfect, and it wasn't the perfect environment for reading a book like that, or for listening to a book like that with a lot of humor in it. I missed a lot. I actually kind of should read that book over again because I feel like I didn't really get much. Uh, but um, but then other audiobooks I've listened to, I've actually gotten pretty. I've enjoyed them a lot. Like I've listened to them in like while I was at home or sometimes driving, but you know, just in normal traffic, you know, in areas that I was familiar with, or at the gym, like while working out. I've done like audiobooks while working out. That was pretty good. That worked out okay. But I mean, probably part of it's a function of me just being just so ADD, and so I can only pay attention to one thing at a time. It's a little harder for me to divide my attention like that. Um, but um, you know, there's a lot of things like what you talked about um, about economics. Oh, hello on Discord. You're just popping in on Discord. Hi there. Uh, um, yeah, I just discovered that I could include Discord in the chat stream, and then somebody fixed my one of the admins um fixed the chat where there was a they created a separate they changed the chat stream to chat stream, and then they created another general chat, you know, so that it wouldn't be so the chat stream wouldn't be in general, and so that's how it worked out. um uh, uh yeah, so uh we're just hanging out here. We're not really on the beach. I'm glitching in a big way, huh? That's possible. Give it a little time. Give it a moment. Give it a moment or two. It might straighten out. Um, oops. I didn't mean to do that. I could like go to no background. I'm just hanging out in my backyard here. Um, it's hot today. It's really hot. One a.m. for you. 1 a.m. You must be you must be in Europe somewhere, I think. I know I've talked to you before, so you probably told me where you are, but I don't remember. I could go back to the beach. I got the beach sound in the background, so I might as well just background. Oh, Belgium. Okay. It's really hot here today. Let's see how. Has it gotten any cooler yet? I'm jonesing for it to cool down. It's 96. It's 2 degrees cooler than it was when I started, anyway. So, Yep, 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 yep. He's a friend of mine. Say hello, Mark.
Howdy.
We were talking a little bit about his book, which is called Stop Being Poor. And it's about using insurance as a vehicle to have liquidity, money, when you need it. Among other things. I might be oversimplifying. It's kind of a how-to book to some extent. It's for anyone in any income bracket too. I think it's amazing. It's actually a really good book. So, and it's available on Amazon in Kindle and in audiobook, and there's a paper version too. It's been out for a while, yeah. It's not new. It's like it's been out a couple years, right?
Yeah, it's about 2 years now.
So, so one question that I actually might have about it is, do these things apply in other countries other than the U.S.? Like, do they have similar vehicles, in countries in Europe and other places like that? Is something that you know anything
I can
about?
only really speak. It's really a it's primarily a North American Caribbean thing.
Yeah,
It's very similar in Canada,
yeah.
and there are some areas in the Caribbean that are consistent. I couldn't tell you about anything in any other continent.
That would be an interesting thing to research, actually. I mean, that might be book 2, Stop Being Poor in Europe or something.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, there are other structures. I mean, a lot of these things were invented in Europe in a sense.
Right.
But the mutual form of life insurance was fairly unique to the 19th century America, and so because like things like annuities, those kind of structures were set up in they go back to Roman times, but
So yeah.
as far as the modern versions of them, it's hard to say what's available to the consumer versus, I mean, insurance is a major part of capitalistic theory that
Yeah.
that the entrepreneur has to offset risk, but whether or not it has the same kind of advantage to the structures, I don't know. They have insurance over there for sure. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. So I mean, that sounds like it could be a way to expand your sphere of influence. I mean, obviously you couldn't sell stuff like that. You couldn't sell, or you couldn't do that kind of business yourself from the U.S. maybe, but it's probably it's kind of interesting that I don't know. It just kind of occurred to me. What about other countries? And probably you have to go country by country to see where the advantages are with that kind of instrument. But
well, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned with the United States at the moment, and
sure, naturally.
But and I've had that question before. It's just I don't know, and
yeah,
that would take a lot of work.
That is very interesting, though. I mean, that just occurred to me, and I thought, well, hey, what about that? Because they certainly need it in Europe, that type of thing. In some ways, they need it more because they're more like individuals in Europe are a lot of times more economically pinched than we are here in some
Well,
ways.
that's a factor of their very high tax rates they have, right? So they have even less spendable income, and yet based upon their primarily democratic socialist, you know, throughout most of Western Europe, forgetting Eastern Europe. I mean, they've got high tax rates, so you could say their social safety net's a little bit better, but it keeps them all kind of at the same level. Nobody can really rise above very easily.
Yes, it makes it harder, but that's why I say, maybe they need it more. Maybe there are some ways that that an average person, not necessarily an entrepreneur, but maybe there's a way for more of an average person to kind of break out of it. That's always I mean, like a lot of what keeps people poor, um I mean, just from having a lifetime of making bad decisions myself, I can speak to this. Um a lot of it is just what your mentality is at various ages. Um, can you donate here? Um, you can do. Uh, I don't have a link up because I'm so small that it usually doesn't matter. I do have Streamlabs. Like I think it's like streamlabs.com/curvycom. I think I can take like PayPal from that or something, but I very rarely get that. I don't even have my widgets up. I've gotten a few donations over the years and months, but nothing great because I very rarely have um I don't have a big enough YouTube channel to take super chats. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work for I have to have at least 1,000 subscribers, and I'm probably demoted just like most independent creators. So I probably will never have 1,000 subscribers unless I get them by word of mouth. Um, because I can't do that either. I can't have memberships. I have to be monetized. So that means I have to have at least 1,000 subs in order to do any of that stuff. So, but I can take Streamlabs donations, or I think I have a Patreon, but I've never I've never promoted it because it just uh, um, at my level, asking for donations would be disingenuous because I don't make good content or quality content or consistent content. So, know, it. I got a Patreon for whatever reason, just because I have one. I'd like to get a subscribe star in some of the other platforms, and I don't know. I put some of my archives on BitChute too, and I think my Patreon link is there, but um, it's also like patreon.com/curvycom. All my social media basically is curvycom. Uh, so on Twitter, on Gab, on Facebook, on Minds, I think also. Although I don't have a lot on every platform. Patreon is I think it's had it for a long time. Let me make sure. I think it's yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I was right. Um but like I well, that's nice of you to say. I mean, I need to be more consistent then with them, but um so yeah, my here's my Patreon. I mean, you certainly can do that if you want. I think you can do one time or whatever, but um I'm not sure I deserve Patreon money at my level, but I'm putting it out there. Do with it what you like, but I mean, I haven't been promoting it or putting it. I have a launch page. I haven't put anything on there yet. So, I don't know. I think I got 0 on there now. Anyway. I am going to do more piano streams, and I'm going to do more produced videos in general, but it's just only been sporadic so far. I'm kind of a scatterbrain, so I really actually don't know what I want to do at all with anything, so, $0 a month. Yeah, I got 0. I got nothing. What did I write? Oh my gosh. My only post. The first day of my summer vacation, I woke up. Anyway, if you're reading this, you already know that I'm a lamer and I suck, but for some reason that doesn't bother you. So there you go. My Patreon, such as it is. I mean, I was just being silly when I set it up. I really don't have anything. I never made any tiers or anything. I mean, I don't really have, like, I only have 250 subs, and most of them are just sub for sub type things, and, you know, um, those are kind of drop off over time. I got the most subs when I was playing Tuber Simulator. I think I got the most new subs when I was doing that. So. So Mark, thinking about the international market. Think about all the write-off trips to Europe you could take. You know, um,
Yeah, it's a complicated thing over there. Other licensure and stuff. So
there's also PayPal. I think don't I have PayPal me slash? I think I have yeah. I have that too, or something like that. I think that's a thing. Isn't that right? Let me click that and see if it's right. I think that's it. Yeah, it says Silly Blind Harper, but that's me. That's my PayPal link. Yeah, I should put all that stuff up on a page, but I mean, I just haven't done it. So, like, what do you think? I mean, it's great to be able to go to, hey, speaking of Europe, don't you wish they still had the Concorde?
oh sure, I heard it wasn't very comfortable though.
Well, yeah, it's the ultimate flying tube of death, but still, the way to get to it was a way to go to like New York to London in 2 hours or something. Instead of like whatever, what does it take? 16 hours or something? Like what does it normally take
No, it's not that long. I mean, Paris to LA is only like 10 something hours.
10 hours.
And that's all the way across the country, the United States. We go just from like New Jersey to like Germany. It's like, well, I broke up last time, so it's like 5 or 6. It's like 5 or 6. I stopped in Iceland last time.
That's not too bad. So if you were to go to Japan, like so like that would be like you'd want to go from LA, right, from the Pacific side of the ocean.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Australia from LA is like 20 plus hours, I guess.
Really?
I guess Japan is going to be of that order.
Yeah.
That's really I've heard that I can't even conceive of a flight like that.
It's got to be a killer flight. I mean, you kind of want to sleep through that, or play around with your laptop or whatever. I guess I don't know. It wouldn't be bad, but I mean, I don't really like flying, but.
Well, it was nice going to South America because, you're still basically kind of over land the entire time. So, it's a little less scary, although you are flying near the Andes, which is, no fun either.
But I mean, so the views must be incredible if you're going south, like if you're going to South America, United States.
Yeah, but those are overnight flights, so they just kind of, they always leave it late, and then you sleep and wake up, but you're basically in the same time zone. So it's fun. Your friend is leaving.
Don't want to have a bad mood. Okay. All right. Well, listen, Sari, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it, and you have a nice evening, and I hope you get to sleep. It's late. Try to relax. Count sheep or something. So.
Un plaisir de faire de votre connaissance.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of neat how like there's so many like younger folks that they just have learned how to speak American English by watching YouTube.
Well, but also, I mean, there's schools.
But they have
English is the world, yeah.
It's supported in the school, so that makes it easier, I think, maybe to learn the grammar. But my gosh, there's this one gal. She's like 9. She just turned 10, like in February or January or something like that. And she speaks English. She's in Sweden. Speaks English with an American accent, and she learned that just by watching YouTube.
She learned from watching PewDiePie, who's a Swede who speaks English with an American accent. Who speaks English with an American accent.
And has an Italian wife and lives in Japan. So
there you go.
So I think that's where his floor gang videos are coming from. I think he went back to Japan and he has no furniture. So and
he's kind of a minimalist dude to begin with. So.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's not. I really admire how he doesn't waste his money on Lamborghinis and
cars. We don't know what Marcia is spending her money on. So
well,
that's the other part of the house. It's all like like the Italian Renaissance or something.
Yeah, that's true. But still, I mean, like.
Italian girls have that reputation. So,
that is true. I gotta say, she must be very unique though, because that's got to be a true love situation, because she fell for PewDiePie before he ever made a dime on YouTube.
Well, that's Europe is where I mean, in the internet age. People from all sorts, it's not that far away from each other, comparably speaking. I mean, it's like someone from California meeting someone from Minnesota. I mean, it's not impossible.
No, I know, but I mean, what I mean is, it's not. It probably wasn't motivated by money. a lot of Oh, you know what? I remember telling you about MXR and his fiance uh, wants to wants to um he wanted he wanted to pay his fiance's medical school so that she can have this big debt at the end of her studying. But now she's decided that she doesn't want to do this. She feels too guilty about it. Like she doesn't want to um, spend everyone else's money doing it. So she's maybe going to pick a different career path.
Well, if for medical school, at least, at least the chance of being able to pay back the student loan is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
And if she pays him back, she doesn't have to just take his money and not pay it back. She could pay it back, and she could give him a 3% interest.
Well, that's true. But on the other end, it seems like, she is one of those people. I would say she's not your typical internet girlfriend. She is probably a unicorn in a lot of ways. Like, the way the two of them got together was very unusual, and they're both very unusual. I feel like they're both quite unique. And she is very funny and very entertaining, but not in the conventional way. Like I said, that's why I say if you ever have you ever watched their channel MXR Plays?
Yeah, I've just seen some of the mod reviews of the
MXR Mods is great, but MXR Plays is another channel where they do kind of PewDiePie like stuff, or they do their own stuff. But she's just so animated and so funny, but not in a she doesn't have that normie vibe that most people on, like, if you see a couple on YouTube, they have such a, they often have such a normie feel to them that it just gags you out.
Well, the ones I'm familiar with is Shoe on Head and Armored Skeptic. So that's like a couple I know, and they're pretty out there.
Now, I've never got Sammy Hagar with dreads before. That's a new. I know. I'm not.
But can you drive 55? That's the thing.
I don't have. I'm not. I've got the guy from Korn didn't age well. The dude from Korn didn't age well. I've got that. I've got Rob Zombie for some reason. Although I don't look anything like any of those guys really. So, but when you have frizzy hair, you get one comment or another. Like when I was a teenager, I would get did you stick your finger in a light socket? So, there was I'm used to hair comments. It doesn't matter what type they are. But, so, it's kind of funny that usually people from Mixer kind of drop in, but I that didn't happen so much today. But
I guess I'm gonna have to drop. My dinner just got approved.
All right, your dinner was approved.
It was approved, yeah.
All right. All right, well, man, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later. And it was a pleasure talking about your book and everything. So, yeah, you have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye. And that was Mark Solomon, who wrote a very interesting book called Stop Being Poor. And among other things, he's a very interesting guy. And he's an old friend of mine, and I've known him since high school. Full disclosure, he's a friend of mine. He's an IRL friend. And that's probably a good time for me to take a short break. I'll be right back. I'll leave the stream. What kind of weather? What's the weather like? Is it still 96? Come on, 95. No, it's still 96. All right, fine. Well, if I'm going to do any more of these, boy, I know it's going to get cooler next week. Um, uh, I feel like it's going to get cooler next week, but um, uh, but you know, it's going to get hotter throughout the summer. If I want to be outside, probably going to be too hot pretty soon. That I feel like I have like that. I brought some ice out this time. Very quality ice, but okay. Yeah, I feel like if I'm gonna if I'm gonna sit outside, it gets much hotter than this. Have to be I have to get some way to get a little cooler out here. Right now it's not bad. I mean, I'm always so cold because we keep it so cold in the house, but so I'm not really feeling the heat as such. I'm drinking really cold stuff. Um, I'll even throw a little bit more ice in here. See what I can do with that. Okay, there we go. That's good. Um, Yeah, so there you are. I have I should make more videos. I haven't written a script and done a regular story video in a while. I think this most recent one here is probably um I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's still, wait, let me hit refresh here on the weather thing. It's still reporting 96 though. But it's nice and shady, so I don't know. I think we're actually, the sun's back out, but I'm in complete shade back here now, so it doesn't really matter at this point. I think even I don't really need my umbrella anymore. So kind of 5-ish or something like that. Well, this is me looking into the camera, not saying anything for long periods of time. All right, well, evidently I'm going down a rabbit hole like I usually do. Hard to say, you know. Yeah, I'm liking the new bandwidth moderation or modulation thing that's going on with Restream / OBS. Works really well. What do I actually do on this stream? Not a whole lot at the moment. I was on a Zoom call, though. I was talking about somebody's book. This stream is just sort of a hangout stream. I talk to people that are on the chat. They troll me mercilessly, and I never ban them. So, pretty much what happens on this stream. Especially you guys from Mixer. So yeah, you know, that's what happens. I'm waiting for it to cool down. But I squint a lot because my close-up vision's not that good. I should open my eyes more, but then everything gets blurry. I should wear reading glasses, but I'm not doing that. We got more cloud cover now, and but weather report I think is still going to say 90. Oh, 94. Is that right? Went down 2 degrees. I thought so too. It felt cooler to me, but hard to tell. Temperature's finally dropping a little bit. It was 98 earlier when I first started. It was 98 out. And I'm just hanging out here trying to drink cold drinks. Hanging out in my backyard. I'm not on the beach. I'm in my backyard. And got the laptop here. And that's it. Basically, just hanging out. Hanging out. Sometimes talking about stuff, sometimes not talking about a lot of stuff. Looking up stuff. This is what I would normally be doing anyway, probably. Plastic. That come. I don't have a trash can. Looks like my aloe vera is coming back in a little pot there. I thought it was completely dead this time, but it's not. Evidently not. Evidently not completely dead this time. Yeah. Thing, I guess. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a chill stream. I talk about stuff sometimes. Sometimes I talk about whatever other people want to talk about. And, I don't know. I don't really do a whole lot on this stream, but it's just sort of a way to spend the quarantine, I guess. So, you know. But it is. It is what it is, as people say. I'm sure a lot of people are tired of hearing that phrase. You know? But there you go. It is in fact what it is. So, you know, what can you say? But that. Yeah. Doing a green screen without a green screen using Zoom. Zoom is pretty good for that. Uh, Hearing some car radio in the distance. And, you know, I don't know, that's about it, really. I just, I could put my umbrella up higher. I don't even need the umbrella anymore, I don't think. Really not necessary at this point. I'm in complete shade now. Total and complete shade. Oh, let's see here, right, okay. Yeah, maybe on the lower shelf or something, or maybe in a drawer. That's a thing, you know, maybe, you know, regarding, okay. Yeah, what am I doing? Typing. I can actually put this on my lap. It's easier if I do that. Wow, this is a heavy keyboard. This is a Gold Touch. It's really dirty. I'm sorry it's so dirty, but this is a Gold Touch. Gotta move it a little bit. What's it gonna do? It's not gonna show because of the thing. This is a Gold Touch keyboard. Needs cleaning, but I just pulled it off my shelf so I could have like a small keyboard to have be out here. It's real heavy. It's really old. Real sturdy. Um, I even have the numpad for it, which is a 2-port USB hub as well. I mean, I'm sure it's like probably a USB 1.1. It's that old. But it's a pretty good yeah, I don't know when it comes, like Ovation keyboard unit I bought for like $14.99, including the numpad from from a um from a whatchamacallit store. Why does it say PS2? It's not a PS2 version. Product of South Korea. US model GT N0077. Yeah. I don't know how old it is. It's pretty old though. I'd say it's I'd say it's how do I drag that window around? There. Can't see it very well. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. Yeah. Yes, I did that. I did indeed interview an author earlier today. That was pretty fun. I've never done anything like that before, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about no, yeah, it's kind of neat actually. It's going on here. Okay. Meeting is ended 40 because of 40 minutes of idle time. Okay, sure. All right. Okay. Sure. I think my webcam should be available now, right? So I can just put my webcam back in there, right? So there it is, huh? Okay. That's good, right? Okay. Guess I could shrink that down a little bit, right? Okay, sure. Yeah, it's good. Okay, that's the thing, right? So, I guess back to the webcam view. Yeah, just hanging out here. Okay. Well, oh, hello. We got Brandon, and it's good to see you. I've been good. I just hanging out. I didn't even notice you dropped in there. Show us how to meditate. Well, depends on the type you're talking about. One I do is kind of the one I invented, although other people have talked about it. It's not really that hard to just kind of sit there. You close your eyes. You let events, whatever you think or whatever comes to mind, you let it vibrate in and out of your consciousness. Let your mind go where it may. And you sit in a traditional position, that's fine. You don't really have to do that, but um, it is a thing that I do. I've done it on stream a couple times for some reason. So, um, but that's a method of doing it. I think it is a Zen method, but I'm not sure actually. I really don't know. I've been told that it's a method that other people use, but I sort of invented it on my own when I was very, very young, like even before I was 20. So I believe I was 18 or 19 when I invented it. It's a way of getting through things that it inadvertently it helps you to get over things that bother you. So and even if it's not, I don't know, even if it's not something supernatural or spiritual or whatever, it certainly helps you gain a center. So sure, I'll do that. And good to see you, Brandon, and Ashley, Jessica on Mixer. Um, so that's that's essentially how it's done. There's not much to it really. I mean, it's sit quietly. You can turn your eyes up. You can do all the traditional things, but it's not really necessary. You just have to let everything vibrate in and out of your consciousness as it wants to. Nothing can disturb you, because if you hear a cricket or whatever, you just make it part of your meditation. That's probably the best advice I can give, is general, proverbially, make the proverbial cricket part of your meditation. So really, basically, nothing can really disturb you. I mean, obviously, poking you or hitting you with something maybe could, but technically, sounds or whatever, just whatever you hear or think about, you just let it become part of your meditation and let it go. Stay hydrated. We're out in the heat. What's the weather looking like now? Getting cooler yet? Still 94. Right now it's reporting 94. That's the Microsoft weather app. Not the best. Doesn't update that often. I would like to wake up earlier in the... Takes me a little while to get going. Most don't really need that. I get plenty of... Quite often I in bed long. I get up a little earlier. I think it goes better for me. I've got more things I can do. More productive. Watch your breath. Helps you relax. Really a lovely day. The whole wash is in shade now. Sun's out again. Relax. By watching our thoughts into our mind. Very helpful. I was an atheist, I still did this. I'm not anymore. Full disclosure. Not that that's important to this patient. Everyone. Put things into bother you. A lot of good. That was a I'll do a short. Can't believe that aloe vera is coming back. That's amazing. Hey, it's truly a desert plant, I guess. Although it seems to do not that well in the intense heat. Does come back every year in the spring. Has been for a while, so back. I don't really have a lot going on out here. I had a lot growing out here at this point, but most of my herbs I've moved to the front yard. I had a few things growing in the front yard. I had a few things growing back here. I had a tomato plant. I'd like to get one again. I think that would be nice. Kind of nice to, you know. Hello on D Live. I guess D Live is working. I'm on 5 different platforms. I've got more people on YouTube today for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's weird. I usually don't get a lot of people coming on from YouTube. Kind of a lively stream today. I interviewed an author who wrote a book about finances called Stop Being Poor. And it was very interesting. Can't scroll back because I think I don't have DVR enabled, but later on, when this is a stream archive, you can watch it. Like, maybe I should add a link to his book in the description. If I wanted to do that, I could do that, right? Sounds like a good plan. Just hanging out. I'm reading something. I'm not a lot going on here, you know. Hulk Hogan? I don't think Hulk Hogan had dreadlocks, did he? He had sort of like sandy blonde hair, didn't he? Sort of mid-length or something. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, I do stare into space for long periods of time when I stream out here like this. I'm not doing a whole lot. I'm just hanging out. I was reading. I was looking up something on Amazon, and then I kind of went down a rabbit hole, and I was reading about something. Yeah, I can shut that off. That would probably be helpful. Doing a stream in my backyard. It's really hot today. Well, relatively. It was 98 degrees. I wasn't talking. That's a fact. You know, in fact, let's see. I'm in complete shade now. I mean, it's shady side of the house, and right, the whole city's in shade right now. There's partial clouds going on, so pretty shady. It looks a lot cooler than it is. So right now, I think it's still 94, but we'll see what. No, it's gone down. It's 93. Let me refresh it. Yeah, 93. So the Microsoft weather app is reporting 93 degrees, but yeah, that's a. I was staring into space. I was indeed. Yeah, the longest time staring. I was actually reading. I was reading something. I was reading something on Amazon. So yeah. I don't have any reading glasses out here too, so you know it kind of looks like I'm asleep when I. I don't know. It's pretty long though. Probably 5 or 10 minutes at least. Not sure, but kind of looks like I'm asleep when I'm reading normally because I'm kind of squinting. Even though my screen is farther than arm's length away, you know, it's still, you know, like you know, I need to wear reading glasses, so, you know, if I open my eyes everything like this, everything gets blurry. Oh, although I can still read it evidently. Can we look around? If I get my phone out here and put it on, you know, I can do that. But hi there. The webcam is attached to it's part of the laptop, so not that easy to move right at the moment. But I could either bring another camera out here or use my phone. I think I have a camera. I have like a pretty good camera that can be used as a webcam. Might work okay. I don't know. You could see. Not sure. Seems to be the dumbest design I've ever seen as far as this camera goes, but it's weird. Like it doesn't focus, and it has like a big giant lens that goes on it, and yet that's just for wide angle. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand. I don't understand the thinking behind it. But it does work. It was sort of like a weird little vlogging camera. But so, you know, sure. Everyone on Mixer dropping in. This is what happens, though. You kind of get like, for some reason, people drop in on Mixer, like a whole bunch of people all at the same time. Sometimes they're pretty wild. Sometimes they try to, like, they say things to shock you. But nothing shocks me because I've been streaming for so many years. I've been streaming for at least 3 years. I could get a camera for that. You know, I could bring my phone out here, I guess, for looking around. But so I wasn't gonna stream outside today. I was gonna stream inside, and I was gonna use my office stream setup, but I decided, you know, it's hot, but I could stream anyway. Make sure and stay hydrated, drink cold stuff, and stay in the shade as much as possible. So, yeah, worked out all right. But gotta open my eyes, right? I don't know. But I'm like instinctively going to be squinting just because I can see better when I do, so I can see my screen even though it's pretty far away. It's more than an arm's length away. You can kind of see I'm pointing toward the camera. It's still another foot away, something like that. It's not a very good webcam built into this laptop. It's like a 720p resolution it can do. It's not as good as my Logitech. My Logitech can do 1080p, and I don't have anything better than that right now. I have another camera that can do 1080p. It's not even as good as my webcam, I think. When you use it as a webcam, it's not very good. And so yeah, you know, it's a nice day though. Warm, it's very warm, but right now we got cloud cover, so it's we're pretty much in shadow now. About 6:30 p.m. here. The Microsoft app is saying 93 still. Excessive heat warning for the next week. So, but we're kind of in a cooler area in Arizona. This is not a super hot area. This is kind of halfway between the forested pine forest area, like the high elevation area, where it really does get quite cool and cold. I would love to live up there. That'd be great, but I live kind of halfway between. If I go to the next town south of here, it's pretty hot. It's almost as hot as Phoenix down there, but not quite. Maybe 5 degrees cooler. And up here, it's more like 10 degrees cooler in Phoenix. So Phoenix is probably in the 110s or something like that, and up here it only got into the high 90s today. So in the summer, it's really hardly any hotter than Portland, Oregon. So, which I used to live there. That was a nice place to live too. So, you know, beautiful place, Portland, Oregon. Lots of trees, it's very green, except in the summer. It doesn't rain a lot, and a lot of people. The lawns tend to turn brown in Portland because water, for some reason, is really expensive there. So people cannot afford to water their lawns, even richer people. So basically, oh, thank you, Rapid Polly 87 for the follow. I don't know why anyone would follow me, to be honest, but you know, because this is what I've been doing lately. I also make a produced video every once in a while. I don't consider myself a content creator because I don't have a regular upload schedule, as I've said, but yeah, I have been delving into that lately, making videos, and doing some music streams also via the piano in my study. And I could even maybe follow that up with some live piano recordings. Actually, I'm actually kind of curious to try that. I don't know how well that will work, but it may work okay. I could maybe use the laptop for that and just run a few microphones from the piano. I've got plenty of microphones thanks to my deal with Pop Voice and Fifine microphones. I've got a lot of free microphones, and several of them are more than able to and I also have a Blue Yeti that can do stereo, so that alone should be actually pretty good. Oh, thank you. Today was the last day for getting 2-for-1 on it, so you validated it. Thank you. Put it on the charger here, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just hanging out, having fun, doing whatever. It's definitely cooled down by a few degrees. It does not feel, to me, it does not feel 93 here anymore. But I don't have a thermometer like a local thermometer, so I really don't know. I personally feel like it's cooler in this location right here, right now, than that. It just feels like, just doesn't feel like that hot to me. But I don't know. I'd have to bring a thermometer out here and see. I can bring that one out. I could bring that one in the kitchen out here. So, yeah, okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. So hard to say what temperature it is here, but we'll have to just see. Could just hang this. Could I hang this right here? Yeah. See what it gets up to. It's from the general. That's not a good place for it, I suppose. You know, I guess I really don't need this this umbrella here anymore. So maybe I should take it down right now. Nice and cloudy up there. This is more of a beach umbrella. It's really not an umbrella like you'd find at a table like this normally, but it's one you can kind of move around. It's a smaller one. It's one you can kind of move around a little bit. It's bright up there, but oh, did I leave the door open? All right, let's see what it looks like here. So this is right now, this is reading, well, this is reading 86 right now. You probably can't see it, really. If I get it just right, you can, yeah, like that. Yeah. Reading 86. It might be warmer than that, too. I don't really know. I don't know how accurate it is, but looks like it's still going up. It's a glycerin thermometer, so it's going to take, I mean, it's going to take a while to come up to whatever temperature it is. Did I shut the door? Good question. Did I? All right. Okay, yeah, I shut the door now. Door's shut. I got my backdrop here. And kind of an old straw shade. So, yeah, much better. Yeah, it's still more light when I take the umbrella. When I put the umbrella down, it's still a lot more light. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should leave it in and just put it straight. That's another thing I could do. Less washed out or whatever. Maybe I'll do that. Like that. Could do it like that, right? Just like that. How's that? That's going to put me in, you know, if I get back here, I'm going to be in the light more. If I get down here, I'm going to be in the shade. I don't know what's better. I could put it up higher and make it be like this. That, maybe. See how that goes. How would that work? So like a little higher, like that. That's probably better. That's probably what I should have done. That's not too bad. So I could do that too. That's fine. Um, what have I got here? All right. Well, this is sitting at 89 degrees right now in my location. I think that might be where it's going to stop, but I'm not really sure. So that is the Brave browser start screen. Um, So I was looking to I think that's all I need, right? This. There we go. And I did oh, that's much better. So I get a much better frame rate when I lower the resolution. So that's pretty good. Kind of see the yard here, trees, whatever. You can kind of see the height there, like that tree, big tree there is in the background, and then my trees are not very tall, especially right here where I want them to be. So I'm going to be watering them more and maybe fertilizing them and hope they grow a little taller. So so wonderful quality that you get from a phone. It just really good. It's really good, really clear. Um, and that would probably be good, really, to do that. Yeah, that looks good. There's the air conditioner. Just sitting there. Oh, I think I can. If I run this in the background, I think it'll get a better. I think I'll get a better frame rate too once it catches up to itself. I think. I don't know. Is that right? Or is that all I have to do? I don't actually know. Here, like actions, run in background. Yeah, I get it. All right, that's all you do is you just turn it to. I noticed like on higher resolutions I got better frame rates. See all my dead plants here? Most everything is in the front these days, so you can kind of see my setup. There's my portable keyboard. It's really dirty. And it, like, yeah, it appears to be sitting, the thermometer appears to be sitting at 89. If I get to where you can see it. So that's the local temperature. Looks like about 89. Yeah. So it's a few degrees cooler back here than it says it is. But now can I switch the resolution from here, I wonder? Or do I have to go in the camera settings to do that? Let me see what it says here. Advanced settings. What are advanced settings? Oh yeah, here we go. Video resolution. So if I want to do like a smaller resolution like that, do I have to save it or does it just do it? I guess it just does it. So it's kind of like a widescreen. Still looks pretty good, really, considering. Of course, you get a much better frame rate when you use a lower resolution. it's a bit of a delay. You know, move, move, move. It's a little bit of a delay, but I'm using like a let's try this, like 288 widescreen, just a wider screen format. How's that? But still pretty small, but still pretty low resolution, but still looks great. Phone cams look so much better, you know, and I'm going with a very low resolution here. I mean, you can kind of tell now, bit of a lower resolution, but sure. Yeah, I would like to. I mean, I could put the. I could probably fix it. I think with the rat bait that we have out here. You know, I don't have any out here, but I could put one out here. I have a holder for it. I have the old holder. I can use it. It's still here. Still probably works. Probably fine. I think that would be. Whereas I have one in the front already. In fact, I should probably check it because it's been. You know, it's going on summer, so I should check it out, see if it needs to be added to or replaced or whatever. But yeah. Couple pots down here, nothing growing there. I used to have a rose bush in there, and then over there, that little blue pot in the distance, like looking right through the chair. That's an aloe vera. It's coming back. I watered everything yesterday. It was pretty good. So yeah, that's my foot in sandals, socks and sandals. It's a no-no. Actually, I meant to slip out of them. I'll do that. Yeah. That's my dad's old bike there. Mine is in the front, so I can ride it occasionally if I want to. Although I think I need to inflate the tires because it's been a while. So this poor old Raleigh is a 3-speed, and it's a nice one, but I should give it away to someone. Really, just gonna rust away down here. It's still in okay shape. Still runs. Still works. I should give it away. Or sell it. One of the two. I should have sold it 5 years ago. It's been sitting out here all this time. So yeah. All right. Anyway, that's kind of neat. So the screen's not on, so you can turn the screen off and you can still use it. So it does pretty good. It's not too delayed, so that's actually pretty neat. I'm thinking, you know, not too bad, not too shabby, not too shabby. Yeah, it's kind of looks like the temp here is going down. It looks like it's getting closer to 88 now. But then the Microsoft app probably still says hotter than that. It still says 92. Maybe in the sun it's still 92. But right here it seems to be about 88. So yeah, not too bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. See, Microsoft app, 92. Can you see it? Probably not. But this one's saying 88 now. When I look at it straight on anyway, I got to look at it straight on. It says 88. So little margin of error there from the angle you look at it, but it's looking pretty good. For what, 32 degrees Celsius? I guess I can turn that off if I want now. Whoever wanted to look around, you know, we did it. Oopsie, did I close it? I did. Closed. Okay. All right. Still reporting 92, but I bet you it's not 92 anymore anywhere. And it's my thermometer over here is saying 88, so yeah, I would like to do more garden stuff back here. I think if we took some precautions, I think it would probably be helpful. I think. Plus, that was a bad rodent year. We don't always have those bad rodent years. Sometimes, there's not that many, so you can grow herbs up here. Like there hasn't been an herb problem in the front yard, but of course I have traps there, so if I set one up down here, it'll probably be just as effective, I'm thinking. Be nice to have some more. Be nice to have some more some more uh, some more herbs growing back here. Places where you need the dawn and you don't want the afternoon shade or the afternoon sun might be a good place for them here. Got a lot of pots, got a lot of soils, probably still good, you know. So, what the hey? Probably be okay. Probably be a good thing to do. So, yeah. So, sure, me doing this. And as usual, I never have a plan. I'm just winging it. I sure did get into it a couple of days ago, talking about how censorship, how my knowledge or understanding of censorship affects me personally. But that's another story, I guess. But um, just got my laptop sitting on a box so that it's not looking up from me from below. So the camera's sort of at eye level. That's not too bad. Yeah. Um, Still sitting at 88, but verging down just a little teeny bit. I feel like it's cooling off. And it feels cool now, but it'd be nice if the wind would blow a little bit, but it's a little breezy. I can see the weeping willow kind of blowing on the wind a little bit, but kind of just, I don't feel much wind at my level here, but it's pretty okay. Hanging out, riveting. But like as soon as I do something and cover up the chat, that's when chat will come in. So that's kind of what I've noticed. Lately, pretty much do a stream in the afternoon every day almost. I won't say that's my official schedule or anything, but that's been what's happening lately. Anyway, I have one almost every day. I feel like that's been kind of what's been happening because when I don't feel like I have anything to do, I feel like I can do a stream and do whatever. But technically, everything seems to be working fine today, so that's a good thing. And my little USB microphone seems to be working just fine. I did tweak the settings a little bit. That's another. But yeah, I could sit a little closer to it. If I sit up, I'm a little closer to the microphone. I look like I'm slouched because I got my legs up, but my legs up on one of the chairs here. Kind of wonder. So, yeah, I guess someone popped on just now. Hey, good to see you. Just doing an IRL nothing stream. A way to pass the time. Quarantine stream type of thing, I guess. Not a lot going on otherwise. So, yep. Well, am I running out of things to talk about? Well, I mean, sometimes I'll just stare, but that my stream from 2 days ago kind of explains why that happens. So I tend to second guess myself and think, well, so and so wandered into this subject once, and then now he got banned. So I don't know. You know, it's too bad, you know, that you have to experience that. I think creating content, which I'm not a content creator, I'm mostly a streamer. It's non-quality, non-content. But um, I mean, I guess it's a good thing to fill in with. It's like I said in my video. You can use streaming to fill in so that you have some content every day. But um, your real content actually, if you produce something, actually does better. You know, more people will respond to it or react to it, whatever. But in some ways, more people respond throughout the day if you do a live stream. Get more instant responses, and sometimes people come by and they kind of engage with you. It's kind of a thing. It's not a bad thing to do. But when you make a steady diet of it, I don't think it's as effective unless you're going to stream 18 hours a day and just become a full-time streamer, and then try to get partnered with one of the services, whatever, and you can get more money and whatever, it can become your income. But that's pretty hard to do these days. For someone like me, you know, I mean, I'm not gaming right now or whatever. I'm not doing like picking up the new games and playing them. And you know, I started with gaming like World of Warcraft, which is really an old game, but you know, it's one that I played a lot of and I'm familiar with it. So, oh, looks like the temp has gone down to 87. So that's my local thermometer. I think the app probably will still have it at 92. Oh no, it says 91 right now, or does it? It said 91 a moment ago. Now it says 90, so it's actually the weather station out of the heat. So that's good. For me it's 97 though, or I mean 87. So it's 3 degrees cooler than whatever it says here. Yeah. Not too shabby. So, you know, I don't know. I had this idea sort of impromptu because I decided to bring, it was a nice spring day and I decided to bring my laptop outside, and I hadn't fired it up in a few months, so I said, well, I'll bring it outside, I'll kind of hang out, I'll do all the updates, see how it goes, and you know, from there I'll just do whatever. Uh, I don't know, might be time to take the umbrella down now. I don't know. Let's see what happens. See if I can. The weird blue color of it kind of makes you kind of blues everything out. But kind of have it right now anymore because it's getting pretty cloudy. It's cloudy and it's dark and it's getting dark. Not really dark. It's still daytime, but it's sun. I think it's around sunset. Um, I don't know exactly when sunset. It's pretty dark. Oh yeah. Um, I'm just uh enjoying the day such as it is. Very hot today, but not too hot to hang out here. I mean, I'm surprised really. I thought maybe I'd give up and go inside after a while, but it really wasn't half bad. So I thought it was fine. I enjoyed very much. So, yeah, just reflection of the sky on my hair though makes it look like a halo. You always have like these little floaties up here. Have dreadlocks. Whatever you haven't pulled heads yet. And I have to work with that. Plus, this is not done. There's a bit in the back that's not done yet. Like bottom part. I don't know how many there would be. There's a bunch, and I try to do one every day, but you know, kind of get a little closer. It has been a while now. I've kind of let it go a week. I think I did one. I think I did one yesterday or the day before, and I need to do another. I need to keep doing them at least periodically, so eventually it'll be done. But it's mostly done. You can't really tell. Like if you see it from the back, it looks like it's done because I have enough going down here to cover, but um, it's still not quite done yet. Mostly done, not entirely. Just so. Hey, Mr. President. Uh, I'm just hanging out. I don't know. It's a chill stream. I'm sorry I'm not talking completely. Oh, congratulations. 100 messages today with Restream chat. And I can tweet that if I want. Got a link to tweet it. Okay, I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Sometimes I don't say much. But, you know, you can also tell me what you want to talk about. Maybe we can talk about something different. If you're there. So, on Mixer, people tend to drop by. Oh, I didn't see. I guess you actually, I see, build the wall, RN Trump 20. Yeah, right, I see. I see now. I didn't notice. I don't know. I was looking right at the chat, but I didn't notice that you were chatting at me. I don't know why. I was lost in thought, which happens a lot. Took my umbrella and put it down because I don't need it. Because it's basically getting dark out. See, I'm telling myself a joke and I'm not sharing it. That's what's happening right now. I want to do a video. Maybe I just thought of a good subject, way that I could answer the question. So yeah, it's pretty neat. Neat. I know what that tree is. There's like a tree that's right next. Maybe I should plant something different here. Kind of. Be kind of neat. Front one at the back. Just hanging. It's starting to get a little dark out. Concepts. Feel like making a list of concepts. And then making some content about them. And repeating and reinforcing them to further cement the elements on the list. That would be interesting. If I did it, though, I think I would do it on BitChute. I don't think I would do it on a mainstream tech platform. It's hard to say. Maybe, you know, other things too. Other concepts. I do have a math background, so there are likely to be some math things that could be mixed in there, but Probably nothing that heady though, I would say. Um, oh, look, it's continued to cool down. My thermometer is saying 85 now. And the Microsoft weather is saying 90 still, is it? Still saying 90? Yeah, I think that's probably wrong. It hasn't updated. It doesn't update that. I just did a refresh on it, but it's still coming up 90. But in my neck of the woods, it is 85 right now. Or 28 Celsius, approximately. I guess technically it does, just by a little bit, because methane is lighter than air. Any other thoughts? Can I do this? Can I do this without, I can't. Not without having a blank. Like that. Something like that, right? There we go. I don't know. At the moment, not a lot. When it's out of context, I'm not sure how to say, I'm not sure how to say what's in context or um, uh, quantum teleportation. I find that very interesting. That kind of blows my mind. Although not really, the math is very clear on it. So it is indicative of that you could send information and or um, even matter instantaneously. So it's not actually prohibited by the laws of physics. So that's kind of interesting. Momentum is an illusion. That's actually not about physics, though. That video is about momentum of being a creator or doing things, and how there's no such thing really, and you're only one upload away from never making another upload. So, you know, although on the other hand, when it becomes your living, maybe that can be different. I don't know. It's hard to say. PewDiePie has always said that he just wanted to make videos, so it's really not. It's got nothing to do with how got nothing to do with how, like, making money or whatever. He just always wanted to make videos, and so he keeps making videos, even though he's worth about $100 million. He'd probably never have to make a video ever again if he didn't want to. But who knows? He could be worth more than that at this point. Keeps getting money for doing things, like he signed an exclusive deal for streaming with YouTube, so now, he's got a big chunk of change from them. I wonder what they offered him for that. Or did they threaten him? I wonder. Would they do that? I don't really think they have much of a basis to do that, because I think he's good with his money, so if he was threatened in any way, he could pick another platform and instantly make it successful. If he went over to BitChute, he could make it successful instantly. He would definitely put some weight on their infrastructure, but it would be interesting though if he did do an alternative platform. I think he should. I think that'd be good. We would all think it was hilarious if he did. And other large creators, I think they should all do it. But Pewds is uniquely situated to, if he picked an alternative platform and decided to put his videos there, he would, and he wasn't on YouTube anymore, he would instantly have, I'm sure you wouldn't have 100 million subscribers, because, a lot of those people don't watch his videos anymore. Some of them could be dead, who knows. But, I mean, he probably would definitely have instantly many, many millions. Much, much more than anyone else on BitChute. So, if he were to go over to BitChute and just say, oh, I'm gonna upload here from now on, and I'll upload here, but I'll stream on YouTube. He doesn't have an agreement with YouTube for like just videos, although maybe they did. Maybe he signed a deal where he wouldn't leave YouTube. And he could, and he's exclusively going to upload on YouTube. Maybe that's what the deal is. Who knows? Hopefully he had his lawyer look at those agreements before he signed them. So, I sure hope so, because and that video that you see there on BitChute is also on YouTube still. It's also on. But if I play videos, though, I usually don't. If I play my own videos, especially, I don't play them from YouTube. I usually play them from here. For no particular reason, just because I like promoting BitChute. I guess I wish I could make some money doing that. I wish they were a sponsor, but I mean, it's not like I have enough of an audience to have a sponsor. My videos don't get. I mean, they may get 100 views, or I think my most popular video got like 192 views or 182. I can't see that very well. It's tiny. And as far as I know, maybe it's most of my videos don't get that much views, but I like this creator quite a lot, actually. She also puts like good music on her videos that's usually royalty free, I hope. But if not, I'll get a big strike, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. But this now. Oh, AM bullion. There's a lot of gold, people buying gold and ads for that, you know, and buy and sell gold. There's like a new gold, like a gold debit card where you can like buy and sell gold with a ATM card, and you can like buy gold, and you can also spend it like regular cash. So it's automatic conversion. Kind of nifty. But in any case, yeah. Yeah, pretty neat. See what this is about. Oh, for antibodies, I see. Let's switch a new one though. Switch one from monkeys will save us. Is this the same thing? Let's see what this is. That is very interesting. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the next one here. Nice. Nice flow to these videos. I really like them. Dengue. Is dengue fever? I think I've heard this one before. Dengue fever. Yeah, I'm just hanging out. I don't know, so maybe it's time to go. Maybe it's time to go in. Um, and maybe we'll take it inside for now. So I guess I'll say goodbye. All right.